It's not yet quite 6 o'clock, but I'm going to take advantage of this pause in the conversation to call our meeting to order. I would call your attention to the fact that the clock at the back of the room has died, so don't rely on that for any accurate information. In addition, one of our board members, Kathy Keeter, is joining the meeting virtually. As a result, I remind all board members to use your microphones when speaking, so not only can those who are joining us remotely, but also Ms. Keeter hear what you have to say. Consequently, also all of our votes tonight will be roll call votes since we have a member joining us remotely. Dr. Orrin Perry from the House of Mandate was scheduled to deliver the invocation this evening, and he is not here tonight. So it seems like I'm been thrown in the creek. So if you would, bow your heads for an invocation. Heavenly Father, we ask for your presence in and blessing upon the proceedings of this evening as we gather to debate the welfare of our most precious commodity, our children. We ask that you guide our thoughts and our actions, and that you steer us in a direction that serves to benefit these young people. We thank you, Lord, for a community that supports education, for parents that love their children, for a staff in this school district that is dedicated to their welfare, a staff that exercises its duties in a professional way and in a caring and a loving way, in much the same way as you treat us. So bless the proceedings of this evening. Thank you for your presence in our lives. Guide and direct us. These things we ask in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. If everyone would please stand, Mr. Liverman will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome everyone who's here this evening in person. Glad to have you here, glad to have you join us. And we also welcome those that may be listening and watching remotely. As I do each meeting, I remind you that this is your school district, this is your board of trustees, and you have a stake in, and we have an obligation to serve you well in our deliberations and the things that we do on this board. Item 4 on our agenda is the acceptance of the agenda. You were provided an agenda earlier. I would call your attention to 2 slight changes, and you found a modified agenda in front of you. The first thing is that the superintendent's report and the special recognition have been separated. They're nothing new, but we're just going to take those as 2 different items. And also, we've added under board business a discussion of the dates in November for our committee meetings and our regular meeting, and since there are some conflicts that we might encounter. But with those changes, I entertain a motion to approve. Before I do that, would any board member like to add anything to the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make the motion to accept this modified agenda as presented this evening.
So moved.
We have a motion by Mr. Salanek, second by Mr. Hooks, to approve the agenda. As you find it at your place, in the discussion on the motion, we'll vote, and tonight, folks, I'll just use the same order so I won't sneak up on you. So, Ms. Keeter, how do you vote on the motion?
Yes.
Ms. Stallick?
Aye.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Claus?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mr. Hucks?
Yes.
Mr. Liverman?
Yes.
Mr. Ellis?
Aye.
Votes unanimous in favor of the motion, and the agenda is approved. We have one request for public comment this evening. We would welcome Ms. Angela Hathaway to the podium to bring her comments about the traffic situation at Belmont. Would remind you of a 3-minute limit on the presentation. Ms. Hathaway, thank you for being here this evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I appreciate this very much. My name is Angela Hathaway. I'm a teacher at Belmont Elementary School. Last year, my husband and I bought a house about a half a mile from Belmont, right off Bowling Road. I'm here tonight to discuss the traffic queue problem at Belmont Elementary School as both a teacher and a resident of the area. When I first started at Belmont, traveling to work was quite a harrowing experience. The hill impedes the view. I could never anticipate what the drivers were going to do dodging in and out of traffic in that center lane. The side roads were just as bad. There was chaos with people parked off of Bowling trying to avoid the traffic queue. And God help us if there was ever bad weather. With very little warning this year, our traffic pattern was changed, proposed, and implemented with very little forethought. For our staff and parents, it was very frustrating and challenging, but we worked it out. And then it changed again. It was frustrating, but we worked it out again. And now what we're doing is the safest and most efficient traffic pattern we have ever had. Our children are safer, our drivers are safer. And now I understand you're considering changing it again. As an area resident and as a teacher, I really hope you don't. And I am not the only one that feels this way. Last week, I talked to 76 parents that are using our new car rider line. 56 of those that I asked feel safer with the new drop-off and pickup line the way it is now versus the way it was when it was just on Bowling. 16 had no opinion, and only 9 of those that I spoke to were in favor of returning drop-off and pickup line to using only Bowling Road because of safety. You have been advised by experts, both DOT and law enforcement specifically, have assured you that what we are currently doing is the safest option for our students and our drivers and the rest of the traffic on Bowling Road, yet you're still thinking about changing back to the most dangerous option in spite of what you've been advised of by experts. I'd like to remind you that one of your duties, according to the principles governing the board, is creating policies that establish standards for performance and safety, accountability and evaluation of essential operations of the school system. Getting our students in and out of school safely is an operation that must be performed with the utmost safety in mind. I'm going to ask you, please, as you're considering changing this traffic pattern yet again, ask yourself, are you really willing to risk the lives of our students, our parents, and our general public if you choose to ignore the advice of experts that have told you the safest thing is what we're doing now? If so, you're playing Russian roulette. Please don't put the lives of our children at risk again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hathaway. We come now to item 6 on the agenda. That's the approval of the September 16th, 2025 meeting minutes. You have those minutes before you. They will be voted upon in the consent agenda, but at this time I would ask if anyone has any corrections or additions that they would like to suggest to these minutes. Hearing none, we will move ahead. This brings us to section 7 on this portion of our agenda, special recognitions. And the first item for consideration is a resolution of appreciation. It is proper for boards to adopt resolutions from time to time, and that requires a motion, a second, and a vote. So what I'd like to do first is to read to you this resolution of appreciation, then to ask for a motion, a second, and a vote to approve such a resolution, and then we will proceed from there. The resolution, proposed resolution reads as follows. Whereas Mr. Gilbert Patella, founder of Angel's Closet, longtime educator, respected coach, and dedicated athletic director, has devoted his life to serving the children and families of the Roanoke Rapids community. And whereas through his vision and leadership, Angel's Closet has become a vital support system, providing clothing, supplies, and assistance to countless students in the Roanoke Rapids Graded School District. And whereas as an educator, coach, and athletic director, Mr. Patella has inspired students in the classroom, on the court, and through athletics, shaping not only their academic success, but also their character, discipline, and confidence. And whereas Mr. Patella has exemplified the true spirit of service, compassion, and generosity, standing as a pillar of strength and hope for those in need. And whereas his unwavering commitment to improving the lives of children has left a lasting impact on the educational experience and well-being of students throughout the district. Now therefore be it resolved that the Roanoke Rapids Graded School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize and honor Mr. Gilbert Patella for his extraordinary service as a founder, educator, coach, athletic director, and community leader, and for his profound contributions to the children and families of our schools. And be it further resolved that this resolution of appreciation be entered into the official records of the Roanoke Rapids Graded School District and presented to Mr. Patella with deepest gratitude and respect. What would be your wishes with regard to the adoption of this resolution?
Mr. Chair, I proudly move that we accept this resolution of appreciation. And I'd like to extend, when we do take pictures and celebrate Gilbert, I would like to extend that to all that have worked with him, whether it be board members or staff or whoever that might be. To whoever may have worked with him in the past, our COLs, our board members, our staff, the whole 9 yards.
Mr. Liverman has moved for approval of the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second from Mr. Hux. Is there any discussion on the motion? We will now vote on the motion. Ms. Keeter?
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Salnick?
Aye.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Kloss?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mr. Hux?
Yes.
Mr. Liverman?
Yes.
Mr. Ellis?
Aye.
The vote is unanimous. The resolution is approved. So I'd like for Mr. Patella, if he would, to come to the podium along with his beautiful second half, better half. And at the same time, Mr. Liverman has asked that we acknowledge and recognize all those that through the years have worked with Mr. Patella in his various endeavors. Mr. Liverman, I think we're going to have a bunch of folks, so how do you think we need to handle this? Let's figure it out. We'll figure it out. Well, how about those of you that have been working through the years at various times directly with Mr. Patella, as you have before, now go stand behind him and have his back.
Thank you so much.
All right, then hold on just a second. Let's let these folks get up there behind you, okay?
Sure.
Anybody want to stand with him? You don't get to talk yet.
I don't get to talk.
No, well, I'm gonna let you have the last word, but I'm gonna have the first. No, okay, okay. Okay, we all got his back. I'm gonna call you Mr. Teller, call you Gilbert. Gilbert, you've heard us read this, and we, with great appreciation, put this in your hand. Thank you, and a place for it in your home.
Definitely.
Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Right here.
With all that said, and I'm just going to take a few minutes of your time because I know you must have a pretty deep agenda. But of all the things that Mr. Williams mentioned, that I try to get back to the community, doesn't even come close to what Roanoke Rapids High School and Roanoke Rapids has done for me and my family. I was blessed to come here this summer at the age of 13, the summer before entering high school. So I got my full education at Roanoke Rapids High School. And the teaching staff, which is outstanding, and the education that I got at Roanoke Rapids High, and the proud of being a Yellow Jacket, has carried me through my professional life. In addition, I played for some pretty outstanding coaches. Coach Hoyle, Coach Wethington, and Coach Curtis. And through that, and Coach Roderick. That's why I brought her. But that gave me the opportunity to move forward and try to give the community back some of the things I did. But most importantly, it gave me the skill to go down to where I was born, which was Puerto Rico, and play professional basketball down there. And the reason I stayed down there was because God gave me this beautiful lady of 55 years. And we've been blessed with 4 children, 8 grandchildren, and I am married to a great-grandmother of 6, because I'm too young to be a great-grandmother. But through all this, as athletic director, as he mentioned, and I was blessed with the opportunity while having that position. We received a federal grant, and John Parker appointed me, gave me the responsibility of being director also of the alternative school and the after-school program, which was a true blessing for me. In the alternative school, which was a wonderful thing, I think these were young kids from high school or middle school that were not functioning correctly, and we try to help them in different ways, and it was a smaller class. But to give you an idea of the success that this program had, one of these young people eventually became a police officer. And in the after-school program, we had at Belmont, Manning and Challoner. And it was here with a miracle that our Heavenly Father gave me the opportunity to do, is where Angel's Closet started. And how it started was that I happened to be at Belmont one afternoon. We used to give the children snacks before dividing them up, 10 students per teacher to help them with their homework and things like that. And this particular day, we had the little boxes of cereal with milk. About 10, 15 minutes into it, this little girl who was in the 2nd grade came to me and said, "Mr. Portella, can I have another box of cereal?" I told her, "Sweetheart, I've only got 4 or 5, and there's 90 children in this program. I'm not going to have enough for everybody to give them to." She looked at me with her eyes that I'll never forget and said, "Mr. Portella, I'm not going to have anything to eat when I get home." So needless to say, I gave her one, put 2 in her book bag. But that evening, I went by the young lady's home and found a mother with 3 children, single mom. We talked for a while. She showed me the pantry was empty. The refrigerator was hardly anything there. So immediately I went home, got Lilia, and we went and got him some groceries. But then in prayer over the night, I said something's got to be done. So I sent an email out to the teachers, and things started coming in, food and stuffed animals, little things like that. And I had an office here, and I had an office at the high school and one at Belmont. And things, put them in a closet. And that's what Angel's Closet began. And then God took over, and it grew, and it grew, and it grew. To the point where, you know, the rest of the story, there's no need to say. But it would not have been able to accomplish without our school, our community, and our Heavenly Father. So it was truly an honor for me to do all of this. I'm going to announce to you publicly now that it's coming to an end. We're going to finish this year's scholarship, and that'll be it. And I'll be very honest with you, my health is not doing very well, and I'm having problems with my blood pressure. It's really high in the morning, drops in the evenings. But it's time, after 26 years, and it was a true blessing for me. But I'd like to thank the board for this tremendous honor that you have given me tonight. And may God bless each and every one of you here. And thank you.
We're going to turn now to Mandy Clark for another special presentation.
Good evening. I'm Mandy Clark, Public and Student Information Officer, and I will be joined tonight by Chrissy Martin, Director of MTSS and Exceptional Children, to recognize and celebrate the hard work of our students, staff, families, Board of Trustees, and community.
Good evening. I'm Chrissy Martin, Director of MTSS and EC. I'm honored to present our 2025 RRGSD EC Educator of Excellence, Ms. Tarika Lee. Ms. Lee, would you like to come up as I lead? Ms. Lee began her teaching career at Belmont Elementary School 12 years ago. She is the proud mother of an intelligent, respectful, and handsome son, Nigel, who inspires her daily. If you're here, Nigel, wave your hand. Okay. She holds a bachelor's degree in Family and Community Services from East Carolina University, a master's degree in special education, and she is currently pursuing postgraduate studies in behavior analysis. Over the years, Ms. Lee has grown tremendously as an educator and remains deeply committed to fostering growth, resilience, and a love of learning in her students. Although she never initially imagined herself in the field of education, but we are grateful, she has embraced the journey wholeheartedly. Each challenge has shaped her perspective, and every success serves as a powerful reminder of why her work is so meaningful. Congratulations, Tarika. We are so proud of you.
Will you all come up? I do. Would you let me come on? Get in the phone. That's fine. Yeah. If you want to get there, I can get it. All right, so go right there in the middle.
Okay.
If you want to, I think her family.
Where? They're gonna, okay.
In the middle?
Okay.
Right here. Okay. You get to stand. Yeah.
Dr. Thompson will now bring us her superintendent's report.
Well, good evening. That was surely a hard act to follow. Please bear with. I was so excited when one of the board members suggested to honor Mr. Portella. When I did my administrative internship, I got to intern with him at Angel's Closet. And he's truly been an inspiration, not to just those of us that were behind him, but so many throughout our district and community, and just staff is very excited about this resolution, so thank you, board. And Ms. Lee, fabulous job. Please keep up the great work that you're doing with our kids. We know that all of our teachers and staff have such a difficult job, but you guys definitely have an extra load with all of the additional things that you have in being with exceptional children, and we thank you. And we thank your family because we know that they share extra of you in order for you to do this job so well. So family, thank you so much for sharing Ms. Lee with us. First up, for our most recent home football games, our Roanoke Rapids Graded School District has been fortunate to welcome a resident physician to our sidelines, alongside our dedicated athletic trainer and certified first responders. This partnership has already proven to be a tremendous asset to our student athletes and football program. The resident physician has provided valuable insights to our athletic trainer and certified first responders during on-field injury assessments and offered expert guidance for post-injury care and recovery. This collaboration creates a comprehensive, team-based approach to athlete health and safety. While the athletic trainer or certified first responder delivers immediate injury evaluation and management, the physician brings advanced medical knowledge and oversight, ensuring that every athlete receives timely, coordinated, and high-quality care. This partnership reflects the best of what community collaboration can achieve: trust, communication, and a shared commitment to protecting and supporting our students. We're deeply grateful for the continued support of our local physicians, athletic trainer, and certified first responders who give their time and expertise to keep our athletes safe. Together, we're building a stronger, safer environment for all of our student athletes, both on and off the field. Last Friday night, we celebrated our senior athletes at our last regular season home football game. We are proud of our seniors in all of our fall sports, and we wish them all the best in the rest of their senior year. This week, our varsity football team will travel to the American Leadership Academy in Johnston for a 4 p.m. kickoff, and our last regular season game will also be away at Bunn on October 31st at 7 p.m. If you can't come and cheer for our Yellow Jackets in person, please tune in on the radio to Maverick 102.3 WPTM for Mr. Matt Hucks and Mr. CJ Riddick's coverage of our games. So far this year, students at Belmont Elementary and Manning Elementary have had the wonderful opportunity to learn from our local community helpers. Representatives from Halifax Electric, the Roanoke Rapids Police Department and Fire Department, the U.S. Postal Service, the Roanoke Rapids Public Library, Heather Merritt with The Rock, and several local farmers have visited to share how they serve and support our community each day. These visits are more than just exciting classroom experiences. They represent the heart of what makes our schools strong. Partnerships like these connect students learning to the real world, showing them how teamwork, service, and dedication make a community thrive. When local organizations, first responders, and businesses invest their time in our schools, they help students see future career paths, understand the value of civic responsibility, and recognize the vital roles that each person plays in making Roanoke Rapids a great place to live and learn. Our district is deeply grateful for these relationships. Every partnership, whether through a classroom visit, a mentorship, or a hands-on demonstration, helps bridge the gap between education and everyday life. Together, we're teaching students not only what to learn, but also why it matters. I am so incredibly proud to celebrate the incredible achievements of our schools as recognized by the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction with digital badges for academic growth and excellence. Challoner Middle School earned a badge for meeting growth for their 0.78 EVOS index score. To people outside of education, that might not mean very much. So let's put it in some context for across the state. This places our Challoner Middle School in the top 50% of the state and demonstrates their ongoing focus on improvement and learning outcomes. Belmont Elementary School and Manning Elementary School both earned badges for exceeding growth, a reflection of their strong leadership, teamwork, and dedication to student success. Manning Elementary School earned a 2.21 EVOS index score, which again places this school in the top 50% of the state. Belmont Elementary School earned a 3.13 EVOS index score, which places this school in the top 20% of the state. Roanoke Rapids Early College High School earned badges for both exceeding growth and a 100% cohort graduation rate, highlighting their continued commitment to excellence and student achievement. Roanoke Rapids Early College High School earned a 4.83 EVOS index score, which places this school in the top 10% of the state. Each of these accomplishments represents the collective hard work, commitment, and leadership of our faculty, staff, and administrators who make student learning and success their top priority every single day. Look at us grow. Team, once again, I don't know what to do but say congratulations. How about we hear it in the audience? One big old round of applause. And to end on a note that I think sums up our district motto with Together We Succeed. Tomorrow is Unity Day. On October 22nd, we stand together for kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. Unity Day reminds us that even the smallest acts of kindness can make a big difference. By wearing orange, our students and our staff will show their commitment to creating a community where every single person feels safe, valued, and included. Thank you, Board, for your support.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. Would any board members have any questions or comments regarding the superintendent's report? Thank you, Dr. Thompson. We'll move now to section C, board business, announcements, and member comments. The first item we need to attend to is the selection of delegates to the North Carolina School Board Association Annual Conference. In prior years, it's been kind of an informal designation of delegates and so on. But this year, the School Board Association has become a little more stringent in the qualifications and the procedures for naming delegates to the conference. You've had materials in your packet with regard to that. The bottom line is each school district may designate up to as many as 4 delegates, voting delegates, to the annual conference. These delegates must be approved by the board by board action. We have before you, you may consider it a recommendation that Mike Salonick and Mike Williams be named as delegates simply because of the fact that we plan to attend the conference. If anybody else wants to be a delegate, that would necessitate attending the conference. But I'd ask for the board's, what would be your pleasure with regard to appointing delegates. You can appoint the 2 that have been suggested, or you can do something different, which means you'd be volunteering to be a delegate. What's your pleasure on this? Ms. Dean?
I would like to make a motion that Dr. Mike Williams and Mike Salonick be the delegates to the NCSBA Annual Conference.
Second.
Have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Mr. Ellis, that Michael Solnick and Mike Williams be appointed our school district's representatives to the School Board Association Annual Conference. Any discussion on the motion? How do you vote on the motion? Ms. Keeter?
Yes.
Ms. Solnick?
Present.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Kloss?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Ms. Tux?
Yes.
Mr. Lieberman?
Yes.
Mr. Ellis?
Aye.
We'll record Mr. Solnick's vote as a reluctant yes. Okay. The second thing I'd like for us to do is to discuss our meeting dates for November. Typically we meet on Tuesdays. The first Tuesday in November, November the 4th, is Election Day, and we have several board members involved in campaigns for seats on the board. The second Tuesday is November the 11th. That's Veterans Day. Schools will be closed, and a lot of folks will be off work that day. That's typically time we have our committee meetings. And so that moves us, if you want to move down, it moves us to the third Tuesday is the 18th of November, and the fourth Tuesday is the 25th of November. Just in talking to Ms. Garner about this and so on, I would suggest for your consideration maybe moving our meeting dates 1 week later in November, which would result in us having committee meetings on November the 18th and the board meeting on the 25th. But what will be your pleasure with regard to meeting dates for November?
What is the school calendar for November 25th?
Student. The last student day before Thanksgiving.
That, I believe the answer is the November 25th is the last student day before Thanksgiving vacation.
Can we meet on a day other than Tuesday?
Absolutely.
Okay, then I would prefer not to meet on the 25th because I do a lot of cooking.
Is it possible to have all the meetings on the 18th? That looks pretty open. That's a Tuesday. Or
Well, that would constitute trying to have committee meetings and the board meeting on the same night, which gives no time between the committee meeting and the board meeting to prepare an agenda and so on. That would be a difficulty.
for committees, we used to have them, once, but I understand.
What about the 12th and then the Tuesday after that? The 12th and, is it the 18th? 12th and 18th? Is that going to bother?
Ms. Dean has suggested moving the committee meetings to Wednesday night, the 12th, and maintain the regular board meeting for Tuesday night, the 18th. Any other thoughts on that? Would you like to make that a motion?
I would like to make a motion to meet on the committee meetings on November the 12th, Wednesday, and regular board meeting on Tuesday, the 18th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Ellis, to schedule our board meetings in November, the committee meetings for the 12th of November, and maintain the regular board meeting as scheduled for the 18th of November. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Keeter, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Salnick?
Aye.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Kloss?
Yes.
Ms. Ford?
Yes.
Ms. Tux?
Yes.
Mr. Leverman?
Yes.
Mr. Ellis?
Aye.
Votes unanimous, motion carries, and those are the dates for our November meetings. Do any other board members have any comments or announcements that they'd like to make at this time. Mr. Silent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to remind everybody, the Newsom, the Mac Newsom Art Foundation that y'all are members of, they have donated this year pumpkins to the 4th grade at Manning School. They will have a contest as far as being able to vote for the pumpkins that the students produce on the 31st of October from 8:30 to 11:30. And then again, they will have the opportunity on the 6th of November and have the presentation at that time. So just want to make you aware of that. As part of our foundation this year, we did donate that money to the school, and they do have the money in hand. And so that's an opportunity for us to go forward and look at their arts and to have our opinions.
Ms. Dean.
I would like to comment about to Belmont that the teachers have expressed more than one time through an email, through liaison, and through phone calls and other ways that they are upset because they feel that the traffic issue has overshadowed the achievement that they have received, the achievement that they made from the board, I guess. And in no way did we intend for the traffic situation to interfere at all with the way we feel about the achievement. We did not know that they were going to have any kind of celebration. In the past, we were invited to celebrations, and we went. But we didn't know about the celebrations this year, or we would have attended. However, I do want them to know that we are very proud of them. We're proud of Manning. We're proud of Challoner. And so in no way, shape, or form do we mean for the traffic situation to overshadow their achievements. With that said, I'm still upset about the traffic situation, though. I just wanted to make sure that they understand that we don't mean for that to overshadow their achievements.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Other comments or announcements? Okay, we'll move ahead to section D on the agenda, the Finance and Personnel Committee report. Ms. Keeter, are you going to present that? Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Board, and thank you, Mr. Chair. The first item on the agenda that is recommended for approval on the consent agenda are the financial reports, as you see them. Board members, you will notice that there are some remaining balances that are highlighted in red. Please don't panic. We have an eye on where that money is. There's a good chunk of federal grants that we are still waiting to receive finances for. We have billed or invoiced for some reimbursements, and a couple of items will be taken care of in budget amendments tonight. Not all of our funds move in as quickly as we would like them to during the month because we all have different deadlines for cutting checks with our community partners and county agencies. So no worry there, we're in good shape. Everything's fine with that. We also want to recommend the approval of the school funds report on the consent agenda. You'll notice that there's some considerable increases from Challoner Middle School and Manning and Roanoke Rapids High School. And those increases at the Challoner Middle School and the high school are basically athletic gates, and field trips will take care of the others. So we're in pretty good shape there as well. The next item that we are recommending for approval on the consent agenda will be 6 budget amendments, and they are also in your packet. Amendment number 2 to Fund 1 basically aligns our budget with DPI allotment revisions 16 through 25. Amendment number 2 in Fund 3, Federal Fund 3, aligns our general ledger with the federal budgets that have been approved for PRC 17, 50, 60, 103, and 104. The federal budget amendment number 2 for Fund 4, get to that, is a capital outlay increase. This amendment is due to the sale of multiple items that are listed for you, surplus items, if you will, through Gov Deals. We've sold a couple of trucks, some work vans that have been in service. I started teaching, which has been many years ago, minibuses and things of that nature. And so all of that money goes into $20,975 has been moved into Capital Outlay Fund 4. Amendment number 3 under Capital Outlay Fund 4 is also for surplus property in the amount of $2,254. Amendment number 3 in Restricted Fund 8 is rolls the carryover funds from last year's allotment from Angel's Closet. Thank you so much, Mr. Patella, from the 24-25 Angel Closet donation, and also budgets the $8,000 that we have received in 25-26 for student services needs. So that's in our Restricted Fund 8. Amendment number 1 in Child Nutrition, which is Fund 5, is correcting a keying error. When we originally set it up, we omitted a 0, and that would have put us in the red, and we are not in any danger of being in the red. So we've corrected that keying error, and all is well for purchased items there. The next item on for the consent agenda, you will see a list of additional fundraisers that we recommend approval of. These are for band equipment, the band JROTC for their military ball and awards and senior plaques, and for our cheerleaders. So additional items there. Then in our contracts and purchases, you will notice that there is one item for information only, an additional contract to Rogers Educational Services not to exceed $20,000. And this is intended just to help us be compliant with the state and meeting our 90-day timeline for eligibility determination. So extra support when we need it for psychological services and educational assessment services. And of course, we have a field trip from Learning Happens Here for our 10th grade field trip to historic Halifax for the high school in the amount of $492.75, which is also for information only. Additional items that were discussed in the committee meeting would be the September 2025 committee meeting minutes, 25-26 contracts and purchases. We have talked about the pay table decision matrix, which is in your packet. With the lack of a budget being approved by the state, we have no increases for staff, and that throws our pay table for classified employees off again. We've worked hard at that, and that's just information. We're still talking through that. You also have the 25-26 staff and student projections and discretionary admission availability, and our September vacancy report. So,
Any questions
and
for,
that's it. Thank you.
any questions for Ms. Keeter with regard to the Finance Personnel Committee report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question. I just want to make a general comment, being on the Finance Committee. You'll see the red marks in the PRC codes. Most of that was federal government money that was supposed to come to us that got held up in Washington, D.C. It finally got released and is now sitting with DPI for their approval to come to the school districts. Once Ms. Midget gets that, we should be able to fix all these PRC codes. And again, there is no state budget, comprehensive budget this year. So staff, we're still waiting to see what type of payroll is going to happen. And again, that'll be Ms. Midget. We'll have to do a lot of work on that when it does get approved, when the decision is made. But apparently redistricting has overshadowed the current urgency for a budget.
Any other questions or comments regarding this report? Okay, we'll move to Section E, Policy Committee Report. Mr. Ford.
Well, the policy committee did not have a lot this week. If you see in your package, it's on the consent agenda. The second reading of policy 7501, employee absences, to be approved, and policies 1750 through 7220, 5150, 7100, 7240, 7300, 7820, 7821, 733, 5, and 735. We added in those policies title change from Assistant Superintendent of Resources to Director of Human. No, that's not correct. I'm sorry. We changed it from Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources or Director of Human Resources, because at the time now we do not have an Assistant Superintendent, and if we ever get one, it would save us time from going back again if we ever get one. And this is all on the consent agenda.
Any comments or questions regarding Policy Committee report?
Just a clarification question, Mr. Ford, since I work with policies a lot with staff. Is it intended that the report could be to either person if there were to be both individuals, or one person, depending on who was in the role?
That's a good question. I thought about that myself. The intent was, if we ever got an superintendent, they would take the place of Director of Human Resources. Or the other way around.
Originally, it said Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, and it was, they wanted it changed to Director of Human Resources, and so instead of us changing it to just Director of Human Resources, it would be Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources or Director of Human Resources. So it would be whatever the one person, whatever the title was.
I think she's asking if we have two.
I hear you explaining that, Ms. Dean. Just for clarity, the version I see, it just says Assistant Superintendent or the Director of Human Resources. So that Human Resources part is crossed off. Again, either way is fine. I just wanted clarity and make sure everyone knew if it was going to be two people or one.
And it would appear that that's based on the assumption that we probably would never have an Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources and a Director of Human Resources. And if we ever get to the point where we have two people in that capacity, we'll unravel that knot at that time.
Correct.
Any other questions or comments regarding the Policy Committee report? Okay, thank you, Mr. Ford. That'll take us to Facilities and Safety Committee report. Mr. Liverman.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. We had a fairly low number of items on our agenda, but we had a very lengthy meeting, and the bulk of this was talking about the Belmont traffic issue. We went over two options. Obvious, reverting back to the Bowling Road option would have been an option, and then the other option would be continue as is, as kind of has been changed into morphed into what we're doing now. Tonight, this item is for information only, as everything from this meeting will be. However, I would like it on the agenda next month to have a full board conversation and a vote one way or the other. Let's kind of put this to bed and kind of move on with that. So if the pleases the board, we'll discuss it one more time in committee and then bring it to the table. From there, we discussed the update of the gym and HVAC plan. If you recall back some time ago, we requested, a proposal where engineering company would give us the cost of fixing the air condition or designing and installing air condition in our gym. These bids came back. Smith Senate was the one that we went with. And the drawing of the plan, the architectural fees and engineering fees would be $210,000. And then if they were to carry that progress all the way through to completion, the price tag would grow to $300,000. That's 300 total, not 210 and 300. So that would be 300 total. So that will be not on the agenda to vote on tonight, but we need to think about that and maybe, kind of see how we're going to tackle moving forward. Maybe we can do that next month as well. As the meeting closed, we also discussed the potential annexation of the Belmont property. So our Belmont property has a sliver of land that is not in the Roanoke Rapids city limits, and the bulk of it is. So we kind of instructed Julie to move forward to start that process to annex that land where all of our property would be under the city of Roanoke Rapids district. And that would complete what we talked about at the meeting. So I appreciate it. And if there are any questions, I'll entertain them now. Mike?
Yeah. Have we started on the paperwork for the annexation, voluntary annexation, for the remaining part of our Belmont property to the city yet?
That would be a question directed to Ms. Thompson, Dr. Thompson, because we only instructed her that night. So unless it happened in a week, I'm not sure.
Not yet.
Thank you.
Okay, so looking forward to next month's meeting. This committee continues to have under discussion how to proceed with the Roanoke Rapids High School gym HVAC project and the Belmont traffic situation, anticipating that perhaps next month the committee would develop a recommendation in its committee meeting to bring to the full board for consideration. Okay.
That is correct. I think that'd be wise.
Sir. Okay.
Oh.
Yes, sir, Ms. Tux.
With this, the gymnasium stuff, will it also be where the funds will be coming from to pay for this? What fund, or is there a grant or something?
I would anticipate that if the committee came up with a recommendation to proceed in some fashion where additional expenditures would be involved, that their recommendation would also address the source of funding for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for facilities and safety? Thank you, Mr. Liverman. We'll turn now to Ms. Keeter for the Curriculum Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the 25-26 school improvement plans. And Ms. Sennett, were you going to discuss those, or were we just going to use the one-page flyers?
Just the one-page flyers that are in their packet, unless there are questions.
Right. So you have before you a one-pager that sums up each school's goals as required by the state in their school improvement plans for the coming year. And the curriculum committee is recommending approval of those on the consent agenda. But if you have any questions, we'll take them now.
And just for clarification, we're asking for approval tonight, or the committee is, for all plans except for Roanoke Rapids High School. Since that one, since they are considered low performing, has to sit until next month for public review.
Thank you. I forgot that. Any questions or comments? Okay. All right, hearing none, you will also find in your packet for informational item a recommended 2026-2027 traditional school calendar. This recommendation must remain on the table for consideration until the November board meeting, at which time we can approve it. The recommendation has come from multiple meetings of the curriculum committee, as well as surveys of parents and staff. And so we sent because there were some changes, the most important thing I think that you'll want to notice or pay attention to is the staff vote was to try to have a full week at Thanksgiving as we go through that. So there'd be optional work days and vacation days for the Thanksgiving break. And the impact of that will only be determined by somebody greater than all of us, because it would be weather and school cancellation dates. So we have also identified potential makeup days once we run out of the built-in time that we have. And so there is, if we have bad weather, there is a possibility that we could have to have either days at home, not with the computer, or Saturdays, or dive into another work day or holiday. But we have no way of knowing that in advance. So we feel like we've presented a calendar that is balanced, addresses all of the concerns that were given to the calendar committee from staff and or parents, and represents those wishes. It does follow the state law as it currently exists for calendar development. All right, and then we had several informational items, our committee meetings. We did look at the retentions for the Read to Achieve and Summer Programming Report, and that is also in your packet. The enrollment update and the field trips that we were advised of. So, any other questions? Thank you.
Any questions or comments for Ms. Keeter or the committee with regard to curriculum committee report? Thank you, Ms. Keeter. This brings us to the consent agenda. And we're seeking approval for items A6, D 1 through 4, and E 1 through 6, and 7, and 8, and G 1. We got to look over to the next page. Would anyone like to remove any item from the consent agenda? Mr. Ellis?
I don't want to remove an item from the consent agenda, but I believe I do want to make a motion that we amend the agenda to vote on the Belmont traffic queue tonight.
Can I chime in, Mr. Chair?
I think you talk.
Okay, just to note, policy-wise, under your policy on board agendas, which is 2330, once, this is just a procedural issue, once the meeting agenda has been adopted, requires a 2/3 vote of the board to amend the agenda.
Okay. Now, I think the way things stand is that absent any action on the part of the administration or the board, we will continue to utilize the traffic pattern at Belmont that is in place now. Okay. And of course, if the board wishes to change that, then it would need to do so by board action. So if you want to stay the same, we don't need to do anything. But if there's a desire to change what we're doing, we would need to add that to agenda by a 2/3 vote, and then we would entertain that matter.
I think the only thing that, the reason I bring it up to make a motion that we go ahead and vote on it is because we have residents who are waiting to hear an answer on it. We have the public waiting to hear an answer on it. And we have staff that are waiting to hear an answer on it. And I'm ready to vote if we so chose to. But if we don't want to and we're going to leave it like it is, then so be it.
Okay, so what I hear is your desire is to bring clarity to the question rather than to anything else. Okay. Then it would be in order, and I would entertain a motion to amend the agenda to add to add to a section before we vote on the consent agenda where we would consider a motion or possible board action with regard to the Belmont traffic situation. Would you wish to make a motion of that nature?
Yes, I recommend.
All right, so Mr. Ellis is making a motion that we take into consideration now, at this point in the agenda, the possibility of action on the Belmont traffic situation. Is there a second to Mr. Ellis's motion?
I'll second it.
There's a second by Mr. Hux. Is there discussion on the motion? Okay, before we vote on the motion, and the motion is simply to add this to the agenda, okay, it would require a 2/3 vote, and there are, I think it's 2/3 of those present and voting. Is that correct?
I would.
I'm just trying to calculate 2/3 before we get into the voting thing.
It says a 2/3 vote by the board. So I would say 2/3 of 9 board members is 6 votes.
Okay, it would require 6 affirmative votes. Does that mean that the chair is required to vote?
That's a great question, Mr. Chair, because as you know, the other policy on voting methods says that you only vote to break a tie. I think considering those two policies together, you would not vote unless it's to break a tie. So I think there would have to be 6. votes. I'm pondering that for a moment. That's a tricky issue.
Okay, so the chair does not vote on motions unless there's a tie. It takes 2/3 vote to amend the agenda, so it's going to require, of the 8 people that will be voting, it would require 6 people to vote in favor of adding this to the agenda. All minds clear of that? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Dean.
Are we allowed to discuss this before we vote?
Yes, ma'am. The floor is open for discussion on the motion. Now.
Well, I mean, are we allowed, before we actually vote on, not on his motion, but vote on the, situation, can we discuss it afterwards?
No, the motion on the floor is simply to whether or not to add this to the agenda. And the discussion of the traffic situation itself would not be germane to the motion. It's simply, do you want to add this to the agenda or not?
But I think if I understand your question, Ms. Dean, you're saying if this motion to amend the agenda passes, will there be an opportunity to discuss the Belmont traffic queue before a vote? Yes.
Yeah. But that would require an additional motion that may or may not come later. Okay. You prepared to vote? Okay, this vote is whether or not to add it to the agenda for a vote. Okay. Ms. Keeter, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Salnick?
Nay.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Kloss?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mr. Hucks?
Yes.
Mr. Liverman?
Yes.
Mr. Ellis?
Yes.
8 members voted, 7 in favor, 1 opposed. The motion does carry by the required 2/3 majority. So at this point, the chair would entertain a motion with regard to action with regard to the Belmont traffic situation.
I would like to make a motion that we be allowed to discuss that before we vote.
If it would require a motion first, and then we would discuss the motion, but we can't. We would have to have something to discuss, which would be in the form of a motion. Mr. Ellis?
I'll make a motion. I make a motion that we leave the Belmont queue as is and continue to work with DOT on the pedestrian safety for the public.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
It's a motion by Mr. Ellis, second by Mr. Kloss, to maintain the traffic pattern at Belmont as it currently exists, and to continue having discussions with regards to potential ways that it might be improved. Any discussion on the motion? Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Depending upon the outcome of the vote, will Facilities Committee still take up the Belmont traffic at its next committee meeting?
Absolutely, dependent on the vote.
Have you been to Belmont to see how it is?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I'm still very concerned about the safety of the way it is now.
Oh,
Yes, Mr. Hutt.
in the old pattern, was there any accidents or people hurt or anything in the old one that we had last year? And I've heard mixed emotions on it being changed, and I was just wondering why it was changed to this. I know DOT recommended this, but they said by any means, and I have a copy of it here, we need to read it. This is only a recommendation, had to be done by the school system, not the city or DOT. And I was just wondering what prompted this change.
We've discussed it numerous times. I know the superintendent or we've seen the emails also. It goes back to our traffic, not traffic, but our crossing guards situation with Roanoke Rapids Police Department last year. The Roanoke Rapids Police Department was understaffed, and to my knowledge, I believe they're still understaffed. They were having an issue providing regular coverage for our crossing guard on Bowling Road. And the former police chief recommended that we entertain North Carolina Department of Transportation's Safer Schools program, or whatever the proper name for it is. And through his recommendation, and I believe, I don't want to name names with the city, but they also recommended we go down that road as well. The plan was drawn up and it was provided to the board, and the NCDOT paid for it and made the recommended changes. And I guess the burden of implementation does fall on the district, as they say. But there were several reasons that led us down the path that we're on.
Well, I go up there a lot to watch the traffic, and while we have a traffic guard there at the entrance into the school or the exit from the school, it's not one up at Robinson Drive, and I was just wondering, because if the residents in Robinson Drive was taken into consideration, because I really feel sorry for them. I mean, I think we took our problem and put it on them, and I wish there was another solution to this. And I don't know whether to stop what we're doing now or to continue it on and see it work back with DOT to see if there's a chance that something else could be done. And, we've talked about the idea of a second entrance, and that, of course, funding came up, and I don't know if anybody has looked at funds or if anything is available to do it. One of the things that bothered me about the DOT and why they are professionals at this was that I was concerned there was not a right-hand turn lane coming from the west, where we have a right-hand turn lane going into Robinson Drive, where we have one now going into the previous entrance. And I don't know whether that was due to lack of funding or what it was, but that would help a little bit, because I have yet to be up there where traffic doesn't go all the way back on Robinson Drive clean to Bowling Road, and then cars are in the turn lanes at Bowling Road. And also there's no sidewalks on Robinson Drive. And I can't see the residents putting sidewalks in, or either us, because, I'd rather, if we had to put the sidewalks in at Robinson Drive, I'd rather see it go to another entrance or an exit into the existing thing they have. And I understand people were parking on the side of Robinson Drive to walk to get their kids, and if maybe putting signs up to stop that problem, but I just feel sorry for those people in Robinson Drive, because we put a problem on them. They didn't ask for it.
I agree, and I also know that those children have to cross over the lanes twice, and that's very dangerous.
Any other discussion of the motion? Pardon. Ms. Keeter?
Yes, since we're throwing information out, I have been by several times, not both prior to traffic and during traffic. I was there this week. I actually had called to say, hey, can I run by and drop something off? And had plenty of time to get in and out before the car line hit. However, when I pulled into the road, from the road to the employee parking lot on Bowling Road, I immediately realized that there were cars already lined up in front of the school to pick students up. So I could not get in and out without interfering with the traffic. So I texted back and said, never mind, I'll come tomorrow. And I backed up at the top and came up the driveway to exit Bowling Road. And when I looked to my left, I realized that if there was a car coming over the hill pretty rapidly, I couldn't see them and they couldn't see me. And the next day I was there, and that's when we got the word that we had unfortunately lost a student, a former student, in a traffic fatality. And so I too hate that the glitch in the system from DOT did not give the residents on Robinson Drive the opportunity to express their concerns prior to our looking at that. But I can't help but think that the primary responsibility when I get to sit in the seat between Mr. Lieberman and Mr. Ellis is to do what's in the best interest of the children. And I am very concerned about the safety of our children under the Bowling Road, the way it was when we didn't have the crossing guards. And I believe we had employees, to answer your question, Mr. Hutz, I believe we had some employees who were actually hit by cars trying to help direct traffic. Fortunately, not seriously, but hit by cars. And so that was our first concern, was just having control, because parents were asking us, we need help getting in and out of Belmont safely. It's a main thoroughfare. So I regret that. I regret that the folks at Robinson didn't have the opportunity. I also happen to know that there's a lot that goes into making those decisions for DOT, and happen to be pretty fond of one of the players that helped make those recommendations. And I believe that we've been given the best recommendation for the safety of the children. And I also believe it is our obligation to continue to work for solutions to help the folks on Robinson Drive, either by annexing into the city so that we can use local police officers to ticket those who refuse to heed the warning and not block driveways, or, find that other entrance and sidewalk. Whatever we do, I don't think we stop with the vote. I think we have to continue to try to find ways to relieve the issues there. But I do believe safety needs to be the first concern. Thank you.
I think you're right.
Mr. Hutz.
I think you're right, but when I was at the meeting that they had between DOT and the city and the school system, it was brought up about the residents of Robinson Drive being annexed into the city, and they was a definite no.
Yes,
Mr. Lieberman.
Ms. Keeter, if we annex our property at Belmont, it won't allow Roanoke Rapids Police Department to write tickets on Robinson Drive. They're still in the county. So that's kind of null. But one thing, can I please finish? Can I please finish, Kathy? I got the floor.
Certainly.
Thank you. One thing through these discussions resonated with me, and I hope this comes out better than it's going to sound, but those kids are our responsibility once they get on our campus. And I think both ways on the campus of Belmont have been very safe for our children because of the hard work of our staff. It's really, once they get on our campus, not a lot of difference of how the cars come through the queue, the length of the queue. One advantage coming off of Bowling Road would be that more cars can stack into queue and not hinder a neighborhood. So from an efficiency standpoint, I think Bowling Road is probably better. From a safety standpoint of our kids, once on our campus, I think half dozen, six one way or the other, I think it's about the same. So my question is, if it's not more efficient and it's not safer, then why wouldn't we consider, and I was really hoping this would go a month to have more time for the entire board to kind of kick it around, but why would we not consider changing it back? I'm just for discussion.
So, yeah.
Mr. Allen.
Well, from the information that has been presented to us, and I could be wrong, but I feel like I'm 99% positive in what we've been presented. The current traffic queue is more efficient than the old way by leaps and bounds, according to our staff. And I think the parent response has also showed the same. So I don't know why we would change it back to the old way.
Mr. Liverman.
I get conflicting reports both ways. I've heard it a lot both ways. I've had staff tell me, well, nothing wrong with the way it was. And now, this.
And Mr. Ellis, if I misspeak, please correct me. But we've had some concerns expressed recently that things seem to be kind of in flux. We're never really sure from one day to the next what pattern's going to be in place. Is it going to change? Is it not going to change? And I think Mr. Ellis's hope is that this would bring some clarity to that and would establish at this point in time that the position of the board is that the traffic pattern at Belmont would continue to be as it is, and that discussions would continue with regard to ways in which it could be made better, even if it meant going back to a Bowling Road entrance. But for the meantime, we're going to stick with what we got and still look for a better way. And then when we get a better way and the board says that's a better way, then we will change and bring some clarity to it. That's what appears to be what the motion's about. Am I correct in that?
Yes, sir.
With all due respect to everything that's been said, I think it's a fact that we're not going to sit here tonight and solve this problem. If we could, it would have been done a long time ago. But this is just to bring some clarity to the situation, but not saying this is the way it's going to be forever and forget about it. We're not forgetting about it. We're still working on it. So, any more discussion on the motion?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
At the meeting, and you were there, and there was a bunch of us there, and you, they had done, I was wondering if any more work was done by DOT on the traffic situation that was brought up by, or the traffic counts that was brought up by the people on Robinson Drive, because they went back over there and measured everything, and if they left the entrance to where it was at to start with the queue being bigger, it was one car difference. And do you know, Judy, do you know if DOT proceeded on acted on that or followed up with any of that?
It's my understanding that DOT is focused on the North Carolina Safe Routes to School pedestrian crossing issue, and they will be on site. Both alum Hart Evans, we're proud of, former student, getting to help us with this situation, and Jason Grantham, the regional traffic engineer, on Friday at 2 o'clock to watch the situation. My conversations with DOT following the meeting that was held on September the 26th indicated that the DOT team felt that Robinson Drive entrance was still the safest, and I do not know that they plan to return to count like Mr. Brown's proposal was. If they are, that has not yet been communicated to me.
Well, I think maybe need to ask them if they had taken a look at that, because it was very interesting proposal that they came one car difference. And it was one car better under what Mr. Brown proposed, what the neighbors proposed up there. So I'd like to they but because I thought what they presented was a very good alternative to what we've got. And if we can satisfy them and satisfy the needs and the safety of what we've got, I think it's what we will have or what we have now, I think is worth taking a look at.
Any other discussion with regard to the motion? Yes, sir, Mr. Ford.
Thank you. I'm just speak my mind. I think what spearheaded this with Steve is we've kind of, some of us, a lot of us on this board have been down this path. A couple of years ago with early college, meeting after meeting, month after month. And sometimes people just want us to make a decision, one way or the other. We were put on this board, elected, nominated. We're going to have to make tough decisions. And we're all not going to agree. But we are put here to put these decisions, and make these decisions, and not keep kicking the can down the road. And we've had meetings with DOT, we had meetings with the police, we had meetings with the city, all before DOT ever even looked at the asphalt at Belmont. With chief of police, we had a fire chief in our meeting the other night. We've had fire chiefs before. We've had staff. And every argument I've heard here is a good argument. But you have to, we have got the data. We have been given the data and the opinions of staff and everyone. And I just feel it's time for us to make a decision one way or the other. And I think that's what Steve might have been going with, because I see our meetings, even in the liaison meeting. Teacher said you're talking more about Belmont than your our achievements. I mean, and it's just not that, it's a lot of things. We need to get on with business and put this to rest. And like Ed said, I think in 2 facility meetings ago, or 3, we're going to still try to be good neighbors and work this out. And if we get to a point where we just don't see it working, or flipping it back tonight or whatever, it's just, I think it's time to stop kicking the can. And I think both sides, whether you're for or against whatever we're voting, I don't know if we're going back or staying here, but whatever side of the fence you're on, I think everybody might want some closure.
Ms. Dean?
But you never brought it, the committee never brought it before the full board. And I would have liked to have had it before the full board to have a discussion before we voted, but here we are getting ready to vote, and that's okay.
Mr. Loveman?
I can go either way. I'm prepared to vote. I'm never afraid to vote. And Mr. Ford, we absolutely have to make decisions and move forward. I understand that, but we also are charged with making very good, informed decisions. And if part of this board feels like they're not informed, I think that's why we're having this discussion, and why we need to make a decision whether we need to move forward on the agenda. I'm prepared, but I don't want to speak for my whole board when we haven't had a full board discussion and it wasn't an agenda item. Now we've had a discussion, so if we want to move forward as a board, by all means.
Well, I agree with you, Ed, I do. But it was in the facilities, and we had called meetings a lot too. And that may be something we need to look at, not letting the facilities making decisions on all four, and they're not coming before the board. You know, there's a lot on this agenda tonight, consent agenda, you know, committees made up, and we have presented that. But I'm like you, you know, I can go either way, I'm ready to vote. I just don't know what more information, I mean, that's what I'm looking for. What more discussion, what more information? I mean, what do we, I mean, do we need to bring DOT in here? I mean, I don't know what more information I could get. That's just what I'm saying.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know, any more discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I don't normally do this, but I'd like to call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Salvant. The question has been called.
Just since there's been discussion, are you going to repeat the motion? If not, I did take notes on it. Just if there's for clarity on Mr. Ellis's motion. I can remind you about what the language of his motion was. I just wanted to make sure everybody had it.
You can do that. I'm unclear if you're asking Mr. Ellis to repeat the motion or me to repeat the motion, or are you saying that you have the motion and you'd like to read it for clarity?
I'm happy to read it. I was taking notes if that's helpful.
Thank you. Please do so.
So by my notes, Mr. Ellis made a motion to leave the Belmont traffic queue as is and continue working with DOT on pedestrian safety and ways it might be improved.
The question has been called. How do you vote, Ms. Skeeter?
Mr.
Yes.
Chair, do we need a second on that motion? Did we get?
Thought it was by Mr. Claus.
Ms. Skeeter, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Salvant?
Aye.
Ms. Dean?
No.
Mr. Claus?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mr. Hucks?
No.
Mr. Lieberman?
No.
Mr. Ellis?
Yes.
By my count, there are 5 affirmative votes and 3 negative votes. Clerk, do you agree with that?
Yes, that's fine.
Consequently, the motion carries, and as a result, we will continue at Belmont with the traffic pattern that is in place, and at the same time, and with all due haste and diligence, look for ways to make that better, even if it means a change, a drastic change. Okay, thank you very much. Now, that brings us back to section H on the agenda, to the consent agenda. Do any board members wish to remove any item from the consent agenda? If not, I would entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda as listed.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Lieberman, second by Ms. Dean, to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Skeeter, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Salvant?
Aye.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Claus?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mr. Hucks?
Yes.
Mr. Lieberman?
Yes.
Mr. Ellis?
Aye.
Votes unanimous, motion carries. The consent agenda is approved. At this time, I would entertain a motion to enter into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143, 318.11A, 1, 3, and 6, to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel files under General Statute 115C 321, to prevent the disclosure of confidential student records under General Statute 115C 402 and FERPA 20 U.S. Code 1232G, to approve closed minutes and to protect the attorney-client privilege.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Ellis, second by Ms. Dean. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Keeter, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Salnick?
Aye.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Kloss?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Ms. Tux?
Yes.
Mr. Livermore?
Yes.
Mr. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion votes unanimous, motion carries. The board is now in closed session. We'll take a short break. Open session, and we're live streaming, so please use your microphones, and any votes will be roll call. We're now considering item K, the personnel report. It's been presented to the board and discussed in closed session. What's your pleasure with regard in open session to the personnel report?
Go ahead. I make a motion that we accept the personnel report as presented.
Second.
Have a motion by Ms. Dean, second by Mr. Ellis to approve the personnel report as presented. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, how do you vote on the motion, Ms. Keeter?
Yes.
Mr. Salnick?
Aye.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Kloss?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mr. Hucks?
Aye.
Mr. Liverman?
Yes.
Mr. Ellis?
Aye.
Votes unanimous, motion carries, personnel report is approved. That brings us to the close of our agenda. I would entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved. Second.
Have a motion by Mr. Huck, second by Mr. Liverman to adjourn the meeting. Is any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. Ms. Keeter, how do you vote on the motion?
Yes.
Mr. Salnick?
Aye.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Kloss?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
Mr. Hucks?
Aye.
Mr. Liverman?
Yes.
Mr. Ellis?
Aye.
Votes unanimous, motion carries, meeting is adjourned. Thank you folks for your time.